Hello. It is time to fix my camera. It's just very bright behind me. It's so bright. Okay. Alright. I am not going to be distracted by the appearance of the sun today. But I will say I was just looking at this and I just thought it looked pretty nice. So check this. It's not good because there's no glow back into the moon. There should be glow into the moon. But I remember before it looked a lot worse than this. This looks pretty good. This looks pretty cool. I can't pass it all the way through. I'm not sure what the setup needs to be here for me to be able to do that. I can't remember, but that looks kind of cool right now. It would be cool if I could get in an eclipse. But I'm not sure what that really does. I don't think it doesn't do anything. It just looks cool. Okay, but I am doing trees and terrain 100% today. I'm not gonna be distracted anymore. Okay. So, perhaps a thing for me to consider right now is probably just getting the terrain over here set, because yeah, this is still kind of a mistake. I could just make this spot flat, but I shouldn't do that. I need to make this spot still sloped, just not as sloped. So perhaps what I can do is first figure out where it kind of is a problem. Okay, so it's basically starting from here. This side of the building and over to this area needs to be dealt with. That's too much. A little bit more than that. Seems good to me. I'll stick with circle 0 because I think that's the sign. Okay. And I'm not sure what strength I need to use. I don't think the strength matters if I'm not drawing it. So let's start from, I guess first of all, let me just click and see if that's... It's a bit difficult to see this very clearly. I can kind of see it. Okay, so I have this spot marked there. I want to move that over to there. Okay. And then I'm thinking just some point back here and hope for the best. Okay, so I just did it. It doesn't seem like it did nearly enough. In fact, it kind of raised the terrain a bit more than I want it to. So I've got to try that again. This is the undo, right? Yeah, okay, we're on. Undone. So I'll click there, further back, and then here. I think I just need to click probably over here instead. And then probably raise the strength. So let's go to 50. And click more over here. Okay. It's still raising the terrain, which I don't want it to do that. Okay, let me do this. Let me try to visualize about like what the halfway point is, or like half the slope, because I know I started here and I went this direction. So, and I think I actually selected somewhere like back here. So pretty far. Just gonna sample that. That's at 1. About halfway. So it went up 10 meters. Okay. So from this point, right about up here, it needs to go to like 20 meters. Right, so it's 30 meters right now. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a hole. I'll say 25 meters. About... Well, I guess I could... I mean, I guess if I'm going to do that, I could just pick it exactly. Alright, let me do this. Here, 5... to here. Or the road? 5 to 8.5. So say 3.5 meter rise over a distance of whatever the size of this road happens to be. So 0 to what? 144. $144 minus 20. 124. So a rise of 8. A rise of 8.5 meters over 124 meters. Okay. So now just figure out what the distance is from here-ish to here. What is this marker? What is this marker for? Don't know what that marker's for, so. Isn't there a ruler? Yeah, that looks like 3 meters to me. It looks like about 3 meters to me. Yeah, that seems about right. 3 meters? I think it's like 3 and maybe 3.4 meters? Across town, 3 meters? Okay. So that ruler thing is totally stupid and just does not incorrect. Oh man. Make it very large so I can see it. Okay. And then I can add a child marker. There it is. So then I can just look at the transform of this one on the Z, see how far this goes. And I'm thinking I need to go. That's 275. So 276, I guess. If I say a larger distance, then it rounds up. So I'll actually say, or it gets higher. So I'll say 80. So I need to go up 20 meters. Okay, 19.2 meters from this position. All right, I can do that. Check the height. Right there. 13 on the dot. That's crazy. Why can't I see this one? Because it's really small. That's why. Okay. So 13 meters plus 19.2. I don't care. 32.2. Really? This should be 32.2 meters. What is the height currently? $37. Okay. So I will just... Yeah, something just seems not correct about that. It seems like I'm not really going to do anything. What? That can't be right. Okay, let me go the other direction. Because maybe I don't know how this works. So I'm just going to type in a negative here. Or I guess get rid of the negative. I think I was just actually being stupid. I was literally just being dumb. I was actually just literally being dumb. I guess I can check the height of this. So 7.8 7.8 meters from there. So then this one should be 7.8 meters. Yeah, that's I'll round up to 8. Okay. So I want to go up 8 meters. This goes down 7.79, so I can just round that up, whatever. 8 meters from this point. And I have it at 13 meters on the dot, so add 8, that would be 21. All right. Where's the marker? Oh, it's just all the way on the ground. Okay, this is way more correct. All right. And perhaps I should probably smooth this and then so we're not having a crater sitting here. Make this a little bit smaller. Okay. First point there. I think I said 250 was correct. Yeah. 280. Strength 50. I still don't know if strength matters. All right. So it's raised this part a little, I mean a very small amount, but it's raised it. And that part's going down. Definitely better. But is this what it should be? Also, maybe not wide enough. Also, it actually didn't make it all the way. So maybe I do need to say 100% because it did not go all the way. Okay. 100%. Or after. I mean, I guess if I know the spot that this should be at, I can kind of pick any point that I want. So maybe that's what I should do instead. Pick the location where I actually wanted to start changing. So probably here. A little bit better. I don't think it's pulled out enough of the... I mean, I can kind of work with this. I think I can work with this. It was more getting this area to be flatter over there. Also, it still didn't actually drop it all the way. Have to go like 150% or something. It's not getting to the bottom of this hole. maybe I should do over here. Okay, that percentage was too high though. Alright, alright, alright. So... Alright, this is doable. And then somewhere more over here. There. Okay, so I didn't quite get to the bottom still. So under 30%. You know, I feel like I should drop the size of this a little bit. A lot of it, actually. Here. Is that to the bottom of the hole? It is. Nice. Okay. And you know what? Maybe what I really should do is undo a little bit more so the terrain will come back. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to position this about where I want it to be. So we're going to say there. And this one is going to go back here. Well, I guess more... here. And then my idea with this is bring this back to the center. Check what this value is. That's 145. So bring this back. I mean, I can bring it back whatever amount I want. So bring this back 50. And, well, 100. 80. 100. And get this height as close as I can get it. Okay, so 0.61. I guess I failed to position this one correctly, so I have to move the rest down. All right. Okay, negative 3.09 over 100 meters. So now I want to maintain that slope over here. Thanks for following Joe Dabrowski. Has 130 followers. It says 138. What does it say that? Am I just reading that wrong? No, it says 130. Cool. Thanks for the follow. What is this distance? One of the same slope over here. So I guess I'll round it. So it's a bit easier. What are you working in? Working in? I am using Godot. I'm trying to fix some terrain right now. Does math have a distance? How does that work? Why is it doing that? What? Iterables. Okay. And this is 74.8, 145. Okay. And then I said... Did I say 100? Yeah, I think so. Jeez. 163. So 5.04. Well, actually, that should stay where it is on the ground. And then I just measure the height, which I actually know the height over there. The height over here, 16.77. So 21.8. Why is that pink? Okay. Okay. You got there. And then 200. The point right here. Okay. I just kind of don't like how it raises the terrain so much. So does that mean I just have the size is just too large again? It's still just too large. And maybe I don't need to go so high with the percentage now. Okay, so I need to be a little bit higher than that. I don't know. Maybe I should be further over. Maybe that's what I should be doing. I should be further over. Just put on the 0. So now we're going 145. .21. I don't think I can type 2.5, so I'll round that up to 21.3. And before I do this, size, try 180. Okay, I think this is all right. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is all right. And I'm gonna do one more. Actually, I'm just gonna kind of freehand this one. All right, that was probably a bit much. I wonder if this does anything. If I turn on brush spin and make this something like, I don't know, something crazy like peak 1. What does that do? Okay, it did like literally nothing. 100? I think it's doing the rotation. I just need to be a higher strength. That is a very interesting thing that it's doing. Whoa. That's super weird. This is really cool. I could use this to trace rivers, right? I can use that to trace a river. What if I do a bit bigger shape? That's really crazy that it's doing that. That's awesome, actually. Okay, well that's too crazy. Just do one. Interesting. I'm gonna keep that. Okay. Alright, I'll be back in a second. I gotta clean up for a second. I'm back. All right. Okay. Desk is clean now. Okay, the road's in, or the road. The train is lowered. Now I can get the road in. Or I guess start going with the roads. So I'll finish this one. Make this one come all the way up. Yeah, I think I would really like to have a more of a node system for these roads. Just because it would make everything line up perfectly. So I don't have to line these things up. I would just say, hey, draw a road piece from here to here, and here's its width. And that's all I say. Or I would just have each node say, here's the width at this point. And then I could mark a node saying, hey, you're an intersection, so every piece that you touch, you need to draw just a box to it. Okay. But for now, I'm just doing, well, actually, I said I was going to do roads. This is good. I think I can mess with the terrain more. What should I do? Am I happy with the final shape of like the general terrain around here? I think I am. But I think what I maybe want to do is probably, yeah, this is going to be a stream. Okay, I want to try this out. So I'm going to try using this thing. Probably, I don't know. Just some, maybe stones would look interesting. I want to see what this does. So if I do a bit of a high gamma and I turn on, I'll leave that at 2. It's definitely rotating it. Maybe I make this 200. And so what I will do is I guess I should start from up here, right? So yeah, I guess I should probably just actually draw this in a little bit. Okay. 10, 80. And I guess I'm just going to try lowering this a little bit as I go along the river. Or maybe what I should be doing is using this and going even lower, like 1%. Sample, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the, sample this. And then I'm going to subtract a meter. I'm going to go until it's... I mean, basically just trying to draw my own slope, I guess. Make sure all of this is definitely lower than that. So that's raising it there. Okay. So I think I want to sample that one and then draw this. that's raising that, so I don't want to do that. Maybe I should drop 2 meters. Because it's got to be going downhill the whole time. It can't not be going downhill at any point. So here, let's subtract 2 to 26. And this whole area needs to be at least 26. And I guess it could also be a flat spot too. A roughly flat spot. And I'm just going to say here it definitely needs to be down like an extra meter at this point. Yeah, I know I'm dropping this quite dramatically, but I actually wanted to do that. I want this river to be a lot lower than the terrain that's right next to. So I guess I'm just going to draw this out until and then I want to try using that slope thing to see if that, with like the stone brush, just some crazy brush. The stones are probably the craziest brush. And see what that does when I paint that through. I'm going to bring the strength up to, I think, 2, because this is not quite getting there for me. Oh, this is not high enough either. Or not low enough. Let me start like over here. To go quite a lot lower for that. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Is there a button to do this? Control does it. So I'm just going to click through this and make sure that number is always going down. I just can watch if there's any spots that seems like it goes down way too fast, because then I can correct for that. Because I might have gone down a little too quick. Yeah, so I think I've gone down a bit too quick here. I'll bring this up to 28. This can be a flatter area. Maybe 29. 28.5. I think I've definitely just gone a little bit too low. Bring this up to 5, set this to a 2 so I can just draw this piece in the middle. Okay, I guess I should go for... Because yeah, I think I cut in a little too hard. I mean, I could also just use this, so I could even go to, yeah, actually 28 or 30. I can just go to 30, I think. Yeah, I cut it too much. I definitely did. I want it to be lower than the terrain, but I was going to, I can finish a sentence. I'm going to use the slope tool to make that happen. And I've cut this too much, for sure. Because this can, yeah, this can generally be like a pretty flat stream. I should just be using this one. Okay. And then thinking again, the terrain probably goes up over there. I click here, 31. This seems a lot higher over here. So it's like a meter up and then it finally starts dropping back down. Okay. So this can be a big flat spot. From 31 to 32, I guess I can probably start doing at 30 through here. And that can just be... I mean, I'm gonna mess up the terrain a little bit around here, I think. I probably need to drop this whole area a little bit. So I'm gonna use this, I'm gonna say 30, and I'm gonna click until I see it kind of stop. Okay, so it looks like it stopped. $30. Okay, it's a little bit lower there, that's fine. 30. 31. Alright. So now that's not totally ridiculous for a river to cut through that. Alright. Up to 30. I think it's at 10. Yeah, and then this is going to be the area where it's not quite so cut in. Maybe I should go to 29.5. Just a little bit lower than that. Definitely would be cool if I had some kind of additive layer system. Alright, this is gonna drop to 29. I could like draw over the top of this and then be like, alright, here's the point of the river here. It needs to be 29 meters, and then I can just move a point later and set lower. And then I could find where it looks really bad, like cutting into the ground too hard, and just fix the terrain around it. I'm at 29.5. I'm at 29. I guess around here, it'll just be a really wide. It could just be really wide, yeah. Like, I don't know what they are. There's places that I've seen in the mountains where the river, you kind of lose where it's at because it gets so flat and it breaks up into so many smaller streams. That's kind of like there's not even a river anymore. It's just a bunch of little streams that are like smaller than the size of your foot. And then suddenly just a big, they all just collect in the same spot. And you just have like this really large river that just kind of appears from the ground as if it was just coming out of the ground. Appears from the ground as if it was coming out of the ground. Yep. Wait. spot is a lot steeper than it appears to be. I mean, really, I should probably keep going this way and then turn there. Yeah, I'm changing it up. It's going. Can I see this? I don't know. Maybe I just start tracing it and see where it takes me. Yeah, because I really want to go this direction right now. I'm gonna basically go in over here. And then I know the water line over there is at -1. I need to be at 0 somewhere before I hit that. So it looks like it's going to basically be right here. And then I guess this can be -1 now. Yeah. How does this look? Very straight, for sure. So I will draw through this and make it look a bit nicer. A lot nicer. That's too small. What am I using? I'm using 2. Um, okay. So this will be the actual path. A little bit better. This part, I guess I can bring this terrain back up. And I guess this kind of changes the shape like a bit, but I'm not too upset about that. I think I'm fine. Well, I'm not really fine with this being not water. I still definitely want this to be water. So let me see if I can make a slope happen here, like I did with the other ones. 250? Bigger than that. 400. It'll go from... I'll just click here and here, basically. So, with a strength of 50. Click. Click. Okay, so that raised it. You gad darn dungus, check Discord. Why are you typing all that? You just told me to check Discord. Hello? Okay. Neat. This is, what did I just... It's like over here, right? This. The stairs are thinner. Pretty nice. So this didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I thought it was going to do something different. Maybe I need a smaller size and then to click here and here. Alright, that did more what I wanted it to do for sure. And then I'll try this here and here. Let me increase the strength of that one. Let's go from here to there. Okay. It's created these weird lines, but this is okay. So the water's still pretty close. All right. So now I can probably just mess with the terrain a little bit. Be a bit more precise in this. Try to have the lines. I would like to smooth this out, so let's bring that up to 100. So waterline doesn't quite look like that. Okay. All right. And then, of course, get rid of this now. I guess I'll do the a proper method here, or bring the grass all the way down. That still looks good, right? Because I think I didn't actually modify that side. But this whole island has been raised, so I'm going to actually just redo it. Yeah, all this land over here has been raised. All right. Okay. And then I'll fix the terrain so we follow this path more closely. Okay, so is that... What is this at? What are we at? Why are the numbers all weird? What? Four. Okay. So I'm at 3. I'm 10. I guess at like 5. And follow this bit. I do appear to be raising this. That's fine. I know this is still downhill. I'm gonna say 2.5 at this point. What am I doing? Forgot what I'm trying to follow here. I'm trying to follow this. Okay, and then I guess here, maybe it actually just drops to like 1.5, like right away. Alright. And then 1. Zero now. This is still lower. I'll go to negative 0.5. It's getting a little too close. Okay, and then at this point it widens out. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here and try to bring the terrain up to these points. Oh, I can just hold click or hold control. Ooh. And basically scoop it in. What a great thing to discover. Okay. Cool. So here's the idea. I take stones. I make it 30. And what is that? This color thing again. I gotta get water. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. So I ignore the very bright pinky thing. Oh, I think I know what that is. Oh, I remember. I think I remember. I want to verify this. This was something that I added to the tone map. Okay, it's not there. Fader. At the end, debug, right. If the max, yeah, debug shader materials which output negative pixel value. So anything that comes in with a negative pixel value gets flipped to this bright pink thing, right? So it's really obvious that something is happening. So I don't know what's happening with Terrain 3D shader, but it's obviously outputting a negative color value somewhere, somehow. Okay, so essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the slope. I'm going to use strength, probably, I'm going to find out. 50 with rotation, 1.2 gamma. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to click here. Okay, here, here. And I guess this part actually needs to drop a bit more. So I need to fix that. Please. So what are we at? 33.6. Okay, maybe a bit be... Let me maybe be precise here. So I'm at 35.5. So let's say 35. Strength 5. And 8 meters. So I'm just going to start dropping this to make sure this area is actually properly downhill. Okay, so let's go 34. 34. 34.5. And I may have painted this area too large because this stream's going to be a little bit smaller than this, I think. 4. Hmm. Right, okay, so I think at this point it's kind of levels out. I mean, the valley definitely too large here. This area too large. So I'm gonna try fixing it. Do both sides at the same time. Yeah, this is gonna need some work for sure. This zone right here. I'm gonna skip the smoothing for now. I'm just gonna bring it up. This is really too wide, for sure. Yes, I'm gonna skip the smoothing, but this part actually needs it so badly that I just have to do it. I just can't go without doing it here. Make this so wide up here. I feel like at the bottom it's like exactly the same size as this, but then up here it's just so wide. It's so much wider than it should have been. Yeah, what happened? Like right here, I like actually matched the width of it. And then up here, I am like twice as wide as I should be the whole way through. I guess it was just because it was cutting so much. That's probably what it really was. It was just, it just had to cut in so much. Yeah, okay. I was thinking, am I doing too much detail? Because I'm going to go through with that other brush and mess with it again. But I guess for now it's probably best that I bring in the walls as close as I can get them. So that what the other brush will take away, will be taking away the correct stuff. And not dropping the edges more than it should be, or something like that. Will I reach the trees today? I might. I might get to the trees today. No, probably not, because I think I want to do roads then. Oh, well, no, because I can take away trees from... I can take the trees away after I put in the roads. I can do trees first, then take them away for the roads. That would only make sense. You know, the trees were there before the roads. I think I can go a little bit faster. I've got a grip on it. Alright. Dog barking. Here it actually doesn't look so bad. Because of just how steep it actually is. So I'll just try smoothing it a little bit. We should bring the walls in a little bit closer. Did you get him? Did you bark at him? The dog returned. This train stuff is really nice. I don't have to think too much about it. I don't have to look at code. I don't have to look at other people's code. Unless I find a bug and then I'm like, well, I gotta go fix that. So far has not happened. Okay, so this part... And then from here, I think it's fine. Okay. Is this part good? This part seems okay. This part seems okay. By raising this area a little bit. And then I think I need to smooth these walls a bit. This is really close to the road though, so I think I'm mostly going to leave this how it is. Okay. Back up to the top. And now I should be able to start doing the slope stuff. So strength. Let's just actually go crazy and go straight to 100. Stones. 20. Maybe I said 30. Yeah, I want to see what 30 looks like. Here to here. Okay. Here to here. Stones might be too crazy. So it definitely isn't going it's not hitting as many times as I would expect it to. It's kind of weird how it's working. Maybe peak 1 is what it should be at. Bring that to 2. And I'll just type in like 7 or something. Maybe I should turn on drawable. So that my points stay together. I'm gonna do like 0.1. Yeah, it's just gonna round it. Okay. Maybe I can use stones? No. Yeah, stone, I mean, maybe if it's like a really small, maybe if it's just smaller. 13 maybe. I can do stones. I'll go back to peaks. Okay, so this is no change here. I don't know. Let me say I mean, I need to drop the height a little bit or something. So yeah, so control clicking immediately starts doing it. So I should sample these bits. Where does it start dropping? Okay, it went up a little bit there, I guess. So there's 29 and a half. Does it stay 29 and a half? Okay, start 29 here. 29 here. 29, 29. I bet it's somewhere around here. I mean, okay. I mean, this spot doesn't really cut too badly, to be honest. So, I mean, I actually think it looks pretty good. This area, though, I want... Okay. I think I can just do this.
How you doing?
Nothing happened. Hey, Cthulhu. Cthulhu? Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. I am trying to figure out this thing. Trying to make a river bank look okay using this interesting method that I've found. Nothing is happening when I do that. Whoops. How you doing? I am doing alright. Still nothing happens. Alright, yeah, I think it's just because I actually just have it way too wide here. Maybe 30. It's not really doing it. Thanks for following, Lanzarelli. That kind of did it. Thanks for following, Wakeless Nines. What were you doing, Cthulhu? I see now from the emotes that I have probably pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, this is an interesting discovery for sure. It's doing what I wanted it to do. Is that too much? Maybe I should not be doing that right now. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Until I get more of the terrain better. Looks cool for now. I was working on a Chrome extension, friction base, to help me curb how much I drop. Herb, how much you drop in subs bits on Twitch. Interesting. Interesting thing for sure. Making an extension to stop you from donating too much. Okay. Should I do this up here? Maybe I should not be doing this up here. It's fine. What was that? Oh, his shoes look like there was a very bright green line. It was just the terrain. And then out here, I'm thinking this spot's going to be where it splits into like smaller streams. I can't think of what that would really look like. I think I have to do some research on my own time to figure out that look. Right, but I think here maybe I should do this actually, because this does look pretty cool. So it's not doing much here. Train is really bumpy here. I guess it is helping to kind of level it out. Because yeah, I actually have this dropping really quickly around here, so. This is probably something I should be doing later for sure, I think. I don't know, I think it looks cool. I think it's adding something that will be kept later, right? Maybe it's not so obvious. Are you currently mapping out the path? Yeah, so this is a stream that I'm gonna have coming down here. And I'm just doing this thing where using the slope tool applies this brush, but like irregularly. So it's like a point here, a point. So it's like placing it in discrete steps, and that's like doing a random rotation on it as it goes. So it's making it look like, you know, water's funneling into it from everywhere. And it is also leveling it out a little bit because I was just doing like plateaus all along it. So it's like it's flat and then it drops in steps right now. What is this? This looks strange. There. I messed that part up a little bit. Yeah, what did I do here? This is really weird. Yeah. So this bit's a bit weird. I want to leave that. Now, what will I do? I'll leave that. And then I think here's what I want to do, honestly. I kind of want to drive the truck down it, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to see how that goes. So I feel like the way that you're going to get up here is by driving. You're probably not going to be walking up here. truck vehicle. All right. Would you be able to take the truck through the water? I think so. I think I'd make it. Okay. Well. Terrain is definitely too bumpy on the edges as I keep running into them. What I have, I mean, I think I would have rocks in here. But I'm also trying to think of... I don't know. Maybe not having rocks on purpose so that you could just take the truck through it. Ooh. It might be over. It's over. I can't get it to, Tough. Okay, well, maybe that was fun. Alright, I think I should figure out this spot now. So, first of all, the road that I came up with does not work right now. There's this huge line here. I have a tree buried in the ground. Okay. They're meant to merge up here, and then around here you would not be able to continue further. So I guess what I do first is I try to get the river in here. Alright, let me think about that. No, what I should do first... Okay, well actually, so the river's going to be going, like, completely through all of this. So maybe what I should do is actually lower this whole region a bit. I'll use one of these. Plateau. Let's go to 0. Strength not 100. Probably like 1 actually. That should be pretty quick. Okay, I don't want to be sampling. Okay, brush. Alright, strength. Turn that up. 10 times that. Okay. Alright, actually I'm gonna undo this quite a bit. I've gone too much. Let me make this 100 meter. 300 meter. Turn that up as high as it goes. Alright, this is still too wide, actually. Alright, this is probably a lot better. Okay. All right. Was that really -3? This is actually -3. Oh yeah, I'm just really, really fast. So it looks very large. The tree for scale is just so large that it still doesn't actually help me understand how big the area is. Okay. So I'm going to start wide at like 100. I'm going to do this. And then go a bit smaller. And then go down a meter. Maybe down 2 meters. And just follow this path through here. And now I'm going to go a bit smaller. Down a meter. Okay. And probably this is just too distracting. Just do that. This is basically what I'm doing. I think how these work. I'm trying to remember what I see when driving through places like this. They would stay kind of close to the river. First of all, this is too steep, so I gotta fix that. And then second, I think what they do is they basically just cut. They go a bit above, and they start cutting into the mountain. And then that's where they place the road. So for now, I'm just doing this. Just getting it carved through. Okay. And then I definitely need to lower the whole area quite a bit. So I'll use Maybe peak 3 is pretty good. I'll stick to -6, and the idea is that this is going to flatten it and also lower the whole surrounding area. I'll go to 20. Okay, this is not a large enough brush. Let's go to 400, I guess. Probably go for a higher strength. Okay. This seems reasonable a little bit. And yeah, I'm basically gonna kind of chop. This is getting so distorted. That's fine. I think at this point I'm more just trying to get like the actual heights correct. And then also need to make sure that viewing from here, there's a mountain right there, basically. So this needs to go off this direction. And so what I will do, I will use mountain 3, turn that off, align to view. And then we want to go to, say 150, 50. That 1. Okay, and then the idea is this will actually cut that direction, right? So standing about here, yeah, river just cuts this way. What was I think I had this at 60 meters. Yeah. And then that would be the end of it. So standing here. Yeah, okay. Let's do peak 2. -6. My shoulder's being burned. The camera looks crazy. That's funny. It actually looks like I'm being burned. It's so bright. Alright, one sec. Okay. What do I have? 500. Brush rotate. 2. $500 is way too big. Actually, 300. Actually, I bet what they kind of do is they... Yeah, the road's going to go like here. This road does not have a good spot. Yeah, probably more like over here instead. By the water. And then it can meet up over there. I don't know I don't know why I'm drawing it like this. I'm just, you know, cutting it. Okay. All right. Okay. Got the river here. That's where it's going to cross. Actually, maybe it should cross over here. Maybe it's better for it to cross earlier. Because the road's going to be along here for a while, and then that's, you know, you're just like, why weren't you crossing the river yet? Right? So, crossing point is going to be here instead. It would cross here. Like that. Now I'm going to get rid of this. And then this side is all kind of messed up, so I'm just going to start cutting this out. Yeah, this is all... What's up with this? Interesting. Yeah, I've got like a new texture I'm reusing, which is this. So it's probably a good idea to actually go and erase all of this. So I know for sure I'm going to be doing it later. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to cut the river into this more exactly. So starting at -3, I went to -6. I guess I can start at -6 right here. Yeah. All right. And then every time I drop it, I'm going to cut that to like 3/5, I guess is what I just did. What's 3/5 of that? I'm not even going to try. I'm just not. 18. Honestly, I probably could have got that if I tried. I feel like I could have got that. Drop another meter. 3/5, I definitely won't be able to get that one. 10.8, I guess. Just flat for a bit, and then, yeah, then we drop again. And I see that it didn't really care that I typed in 10.8, just went to 11. So 6.5. I think it likes 6.5. Okay, it's not, it does not care. It does not care. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be this then. Maybe? I'll do the brush thing over it, so that I'll be able to cut into the sides of it more. But this has to be dropping pretty quick. Let's go to 7. You're supposed to be rapids. What is stopping the player from jumping in? Nothing, I guess. I guess I can just kill the player if they do that. Maybe that's understandable. Definitely, okay, so definitely not just insta-kill the player. Do something where there's like a first-person cutscene where you're just being swept away. And then cut to black. As if you smashed into a rock and died. Alright, maybe I cut it too fast. Maybe I'm cutting too fast. Yeah, let me reconsider this. 8.2. 8.9. What? How did that happen? Oh, we're in the negatives. Right. So larger numbers are going down. Duh. Of course. So let me leave it at 9. And I'll stay at 9 for longer. You know what? I'm actually really reconsidering it. So this is all just too wide. Let me do... Let me bring this to -3. Bring this up to 20. Oh, and then I can do this thing where I can like drag this in. Very cool. Okay, so I'm thinking what really happens is maybe I just put in a plane and I have it at a certain slope and try to track that. Maybe that'll be an idea. Because a slight angle is going to have a very high impact on river water speed, right? So maybe what I should do is, I'm going to do this. I'm going to measure a distance here. This is hidden, okay. From here, I think I literally have a ruler thing. Let me see. Debug vector? Is this what it is? Hey, Reddit, time for a ranked Overwatch? It's not. Ruler point? Distance. What? Ruler? Ruler point. It grabs A and B. Okay, this was kind of silly to be honest. Did I put that somewhere? No, I just opened the script. Okay. So I want to see the distance this travels, and I'm going to say I want it to drop like 10 meters by this point. And then I'll see what that angle is in degrees. And if I think the angle is not big enough, I'm going to make it a larger drop. So the distance of 273, 891. $932. What would it be? It's gonna be A sign of... What is this music? It's new. This is Starlight Therapy. It's music from a game called Tunic, and I still don't know what Tunic is. But I added it. I want to listen through more of them because I think a lot of them are pretty good. I just wasn't really paying attention when I was listening to it the first few times. But I think there's more songs that I want to add. The Fox game, I don't know anything about it. I haven't even seen a screenshot of it. I literally know absolutely nothing. The name is all I know. What am I thinking of here? I say I want to drop 10. So a sine of 1 would be 90 degrees. This is more like tangent, though. I guess that's what I really want. I want a tan. She's using his terminal as a calculator? Yeah. Python. Tan is y over x. So I say 10 over 932. And then I say... Alright, so in theory, 932 would be 45, right? Okay. So that's not enough. I want at least a degree was 20. Let's say 2 degrees on average. So it needs to drop 40? Okay, too much. Too much. 32 meters. Okay. So from its point, it needs to drop 32 meters for a 2-degree angle. Which is a lot. Maybe I shouldn't have that. Maybe it should just be 1 degree. Because I kind of thought 10 was actually quite a bit to go through. What's going to give me 1 degree? 16. I mean, I guess I could have guessed that. Okay. I'll say 0.98 then. Because that's what this really is. 0.98. Oh, that's just stupid, isn't it? Okay. What is up with this? Why can't I be... Why am I locked in to that? Not off. Okay. Yeah, I want positive 0.98. Okay, close enough. All right. Um, all right. Okay. Let's see how well I can get this lined up. Snapping is so funny. Why am I zoomed in like this? It's not have to be that accurate, but I do want it pretty close. Alright, that's pretty close. So now this is at an angle that will give me a 10-meter drop over its length. So now I can just kind of follow it with the terrain. So I'm thinking I start this like -3. And I don't know how wide I want it to be actually. I guess it should be like progressively coming in. So let me do this. Okay. All right. Okay, so it closes there. Drop it a meter. Drop it a meter. One second. Okay. And then I think I probably want to make this a bit narrower now. Let me bring zombie over here and get an idea of this. I like this. How big is this compared to you? Yeah, okay. That seems good. I like where that's at. Okay. So now here's a weird thing. This, I mean, all right. Let me do this. Let me orient it. So this is actually angled like so. It's gonna have a very small, but I think noticeable impact. So it should end up at like -16, I think. What did I say? Okay, so 16 minus 6 minus 6 plus 16. 28. 22. I should end up at -22. That's my math. And if I do, then I'll be happy. And maybe I can even leave this plane here for now, just as the marker. So I know roughly where the river should be sitting. I can already see the marker, and I feel like I'm not far enough down yet. So no. No, no, no. I don't know what I'm thinking. What did I say the distance was? I said it was 932, but I guess this is technically a longer? No, if this is... I don't know what I did, but I'm definitely not reaching that value. I guess it was the positioning of the thing that I messed up. Because I should be lower here. Should be a lot lower here. And I don't know why I'm not. Why am I not lower? I'm not even close. I'm 10 meters down, and I expected to be an additional like 6 meters down. 6 is a lot. That's quite a large error to have. So what did I mess up? Maybe it is the positioning of this. Maybe it was this. Okay, so let me line up. Let me try to line it up with this. I will put a marker on here so I can line up the markers. This should be x0 and a half this size, so this is 980. Should be 450, and then need another 80, so 490. Okay. Make that larger. All right. So I'm just going to line these 2 points up. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. So now I get to cut this more. Okay. This is at 5, so I get a -6. Okay. This should make up for that. Because these pockets get smaller and smaller as it goes. At least it looked like they were. 'Cause now I'm still at the same spot and I'm still only going down. What have I done wrong? I should be at 24. I'm like, yeah, I'm literally 6 meters off. I should be at 24 here. I should at least be 23. Like, I think at the very least 23. So, what is still the mistake then? Do I need to shorten the length? I guess I need to shorten the length, right? So I said... What did I say? 932. So this should be 932. Thereabout. And then I can have a marker on the other side. So 932, this should be 61. No, 30 would be 15, so 450. To get 30, I need another 15, so I need 65. And then 32, so I need 466. And then I need to line these up now. Okay. And I think I may have also made a mistake with not moving the height. Still isn't there. I don't understand. What did I do wrong? If I want to drop 16 meters, I need 0.98 degrees. Just make it 1 degree. I think I know what it is. I need to add an additional height for whatever this is at. So right, I have to add to this. So across this whole thing, there's a height change of what? Y over X. I mean, it's actually more like double, right? Oh, I should be cutting it in half, shouldn't I? I was gonna cut... that doesn't really do anything. No, this is still correct. So there should be a difference of 16 meters between these two. Between these two markers. So I pull these out. You're at -1. You should be at -25. 16 meters. All right, I mean, it's correct. It is correct. This is correct. Maybe I'm just losing my mind a little bit. Because this is correct. Though apparently it seems like I need to go through this again. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Yes. Let me first see if I can see where the drops are. Where I accidentally drop a meter. All right, you know what? Let me do a very thin line. Let me do a very thin line. -7 meter, -3, -4. I'll do this thin line. Then I can see exactly where height changes are happening. And then lower the train 1 more meter again. Okay, so there's been no height change yet. Still at -4. Still no height change has happened. Alright, it's happened here. Now that's a very clear sign. Maybe to go thinner than this and use a high strength. And probably get rid of the water. Probably a good idea. Alright. Do I maybe do this a second time? No, I think at this point I can see all of the elevation changes well enough that I can click on each spot, drop it to where I want it, and then I can do the slope tool all the way through this. And also make sure the angles are right because, well, I mean, the whole area is lowered already. So it's probably fine. I probably don't need to do that. Maybe a debug view would make this easier to see. Maybe. I feel like this part's gone on for so long, I want to drop it early. I'm going to drop this early. Where is it not visible? Oh, I haven't really gone far enough, have I? Oh no, I definitely have. Okay. So the last point you can really be at is going to be somewhere over here. Maybe here. This marker is like barely in view, and then the terrain. Okay, I guess I need to go further than that. So I guess maybe about here It's gonna drop again. What was I at? 6. Yep. Alrighty. So now I should be ready to do slopes in here, and I can see every point. Okay. Right. What do we got here? Okay. I'll leave that at -4. It's fine. The next drop is here. All right, let me try looking at the debug views. See if one of these is going to be easier to see. Yeah, okay, this is a lot easier to see. What about checkered? Alright, checkered is too checkered, perhaps. Height map is just different kind of gray. Jaggedness. Oh yeah, that one's working correctly. Yeah, that one's really working. That's funny. Does checkered do that? No. I was thinking jaggedness was like not working somewhere because I was like, I feel like it should be looking like something here. Yeah, it's that shit just straight doesn't work. How do they manage that? I don't know how they managed to add this like new thing and then it just actually doesn't work. I don't know how they manage that. That surprises me. Okay, gray. I think it's because the debug view... No, the debug view uses its own shader stuff on top of what you have. I was going to say, I think it's probably because it... does something else, but it's definitely not true. It definitely is just, it's straight up broken. -6 there. And then I'm going to do 6.5 here. So each one of these is going to be my mark points. 7 here. This one's pretty straight. 8 there. 8.7 here. Nine here. 1 second. Nine? Is this 9? Yeah. Um, 9.5, 10, 11. Uh, 15.5 here, I guess. A little early, maybe, but it's probably fine. Actually, yeah, let's stick with 16 here, and then I want to do 17. That doesn't make any sense what I'm saying, but whatever. 17 there. I'm just getting fancy, I think. So it should be 19. Yeah, okay. And this is 20. Alright. Now that is all locked in, I'm going to do the slope stuff. Alright. Peak 2. Size 40. Let's do 60. 0.5. Let's do 70. Strength 100. Click. Click. Maybe 120. All right. Okay. It's doing something. This doesn't seem large enough. So let me undo this and go to 80. Actually, all the way to 100. And then 140 strength. Yep. It's not quite. Okay. Let me bring this to 1 then. And 150 strength. I'll leave it at 140 and see how that looks. Alright. This seems a bit better. I guess I'll see how it really looks once I start getting into that area. Where was this? It was here. Wait, did I already do that one? Actually, I think I might have messed this up somehow. Wait, what's going on? This is really odd. Click here, click here. Okay, so it's doing this thing. I guess that just means that I can't have the strength. Or I can turn this up a little bit, and then maybe I can do this. Or like 150. Okay, so that's still there. It is flattening it nicely though. Currently, so here. I really want to try to avoid those lines as much as possible. Just have to keep turning this up. And then I'm probably gonna have to increase the strength. Okay. So those are gone. But now I think this needs to be like actually really high. Sad. This one really wants to draw on the sides. So maybe I'll just try peak 1. Is it? Wait, is it not rotating that? 10. It feels like it's not rotating that at all. Okay. Peak 3. What about you? Yeah, okay, so the alpha thing is just too crazy. 100 normal. What do you do? Yeah, that's just really sad, actually. What do I do to fix that? Nothing. That one's just broken. Wait, was I in peak 3? I meant to go back to peak 2. Okay, this one I didn't see a line form. That's good. I'll bring this up a little. Okay. Can I bring this up a little more? Maybe I just dropped that actually. Alright, so the line has appeared. $100. The lines appear. You serious? Alright, what does it have to be before it's gone at 100? The line is still there. I can see it very clearly. 1.4. Very annoying. Alright, so now I need to go to a higher strength though. Because now it's like not even getting rid of that. Okay. Okay. So, alright. Let me turn on Align to View. And I'm just going to bring these back to 1s. And this can be 80. And maybe what I say is I just do this twice. Okay, so the lines appear at 80. Why are these textures crap? Why are they not zeros at the edges? Like, they're just obviously not zeros at the edges. I can still see a line. Forget it. I'm just gonna do this for now. I'll do it twice. And spin my camera a little bit every time I do it. Alright, this seems to be doing pretty well. I'll probably have to soften it. I mean, obviously I'm gonna have to smooth it, but like particularly smooth it, I think. It's definitely more just to try and like connect this area with the walls around it more than anything. And also to level it out. Give it a proper ramp. It looks good. I like that. No. Sorry about that. Okay. He's very quick. I cannot anticipate him. That might be too much. Smoothing. Yeah, this gray is actually really good for seeing what the light is doing and seeing where you have jagged edges. Very good for that. Yeah, the terrain's gonna need work over here for making it not look... Well, I mean, maybe not. This is so far away. It's probably fine. Yeah, this is really far away. Should definitely prioritize making it look nice next to the play areas first. Like, probably take that, like, the terrain, one of the terrains, or I think even one of the peaks works too, and using that to flatten on the edges a bit. Yeah, this place, I kind of shredded this. This is all really crazy, insane looking terrain up here. Um, yeah, so I'm going to really kind of smooth this out a little bit more, and then I'll go through this with a better some better texturing, I guess. I don't know what the word is. Texturing is probably correct. Yeah, this is revealing a lot of, like, lumps. Terrain that should not be here. Oh, and I can see the lines really clearly too. Okay, this is, yeah. So gray is really good for this. This line must have been here for a long time. Because this is basically terrain that I haven't touched. Over here. Whoops. Using the wrong thing there. I should just be on the smooth tool then. That's all I'm doing. I'm only smoothing. Let's focus over here. Oh man. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to, I'm not really sure what I will do to fix this. This whole area is really, I really kind of smashed it. Probably just do a lot of smoothing and then use a lot of the terrain pieces. Yeah, a lot of smoothing here. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can flip the sun around. Just change where north is. Over there. Okay. What would be a better angle to look at this from? I guess the angle that the light is coming from. So I want to put the sun. Did I say the light? I meant the player is going to be looking at it from. Okay. So this is pretty much the angle. The light is the angle the player has. Maybe it's already kind of okay. Maybe just smoothing it was all it needed. Yeah, I think smoothing it was probably all I really needed. I'm gonna try and raise this bit up. To be a ridge here. Okay. And then I think I'm gonna lower that. This would be a valley. And then this will be flattened. And by flattened, I mean quite flattened. Here we go. Okay. That's pretty cool. I feel like I did something there. I feel like I actually did do something. With some thought. I'm going to be very careful with this. Because this, I think, actually looks really cool. This looks pretty cool. Okay. I think I want to get, I'll do practice over here with getting the road in, and then I will do the road along the side. Whoa, there's a big line here. Ah, that's what happened. Okay. I must have just done that. And I totally decimated the terrain there too. So, yeah, looking at again, the road probably should go around here. And then I think I have it crossing here. So, yeah. Big line here. Line. I don't know what this is. Is this like part of the road? Somehow it got raised? I don't know. Alright, I'm already smoothing it, so I'm just gonna go and continue smoothing this part. This is, this probably actually needs to be smoothed out, though. Because this is not meant to be a mountain. This is like a hill before it. And it's really, really jagged. Which doesn't seem logical. And this should be walkable area, yeah. The hunter would get you more around up here. I'm thinking of how to prevent the player from just taking the truck up here. What would I do about that? I feel like if you're in the car, the hunter doesn't shoot you. Or maybe he does. But is he gonna hit you out of the car? I don't know. Oh, you know what? I got it. He shoots your tires. Your tires get shot, and then your car just stops functioning. That's an idea. And then when you get out of the car, or just while you're sitting still, then he starts shooting at you. I probably thought about that the wrong way. I was thinking, what happens? I should have been thinking, what does the hunter do about that? The hunter, now it's a lot easier to answer the question. The hunter shoots your tires. And now you can't drive the car. Or he also just starts shooting the engine. I don't know if that would really do anything. Like, shooting the engine probably doesn't do much. Maybe it does do a lot. I don't know. Go ahead and save. Always good to do that. I think I'm far enough out. Yeah, okay, I smoothed a lot more the turn than I needed to. Okay, now here. I haven't done anything over here. Oh, maybe what happens is you get here and you do a snake maneuver up the side, and then you're on the flat area, which is up here, and then you cross. Maybe that's it. That's my idea. I'm gonna go with that. Is there... What is it? Overlay contours. Oh, this is great. Okay, this is really good. Wow, it's also broken, but I mean, the lines are there. That's all I really need. I just need the lines. As long as there's lines. That is awful to see. That's genuinely awful to see. Oh, okay, so if I don't press forward or backwards, the contour lines stay there. Why? I don't understand why. I don't know why that is. But going left and right doesn't do anything. Camera just flashed. What was that? Fix. Something just flashed. I don't know what that was. Am I seeing things? Maybe I'm seeing things. What's happening? It keeps flat. Something's flashing. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna open the window. Can't do that. I think I'm just like blocking the window behind me. Are the lights changing? Something, it's definitely like suddenly changing its exposure a lot. It's definitely just doing that. Okay. Alright, is this terrain fairly smoothened? Yes, okay. So the road will be... Whoops. So the road will go and snake up right this side. It seems to be the most least steep. So it'll go up here, loop, and then it'll go over the top like here, come down, or maybe it'd just be along the edge. I don't know. I feel like I want that. I feel like I want it to go up like that. So for it to do that, it would have to be... That would just have to be the ideal path, I guess. So I'm thinking about it, and I would think, alright, if I'm paying to build this road, what's the cheapest thing I can do? And maybe the cheapest thing is going around instead of following up. Maybe it would just be no problem just have the road go like right up here. Actually, yeah, I think that would be no problem. And then it would come down again. All right, that's actually perfect. Okay. Cut this off about here. Or I guess just all the way. That's where it's going to join. Yeah, it just did it. I saw it better that time. It just very rapidly adjusted its exposure for some reason. And I wasn't even moving, I think. So it just decided it wanted to do that. Okay. It's doing that thing again where it if I click and then I drag off, it goes away. No, it was, yeah, it's this. I don't know. No, I can't even do it again. It's just stupid. It gets like stuck in the opposite mode, and so when I have a mouse here, it shows it, then I move my mouse off. What was it doing? Like this. I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it now. It's gonna go up this way. And then, yeah, go there. And then it's gonna curve down here. Okay, basically the path, but it of course needs to be flattened. Okay. Alright, so here's what I do. I use plateau, I think. And I think I'd hold like control, so I keep, and I release sometimes and I click sometimes. So it's kind of just flattening as I go. And then eventually once I get up here to where it starts moving up the hill, it will go up with it. So I guess what I really do, yeah, I just click and move a little bit. And then I can go through with the slope tool and even it out. And then here, I'm going to say we actually just kind of cut through this part like that. And then here again. And then I can just follow this down. Dog. Okay. Initial flattening. Now I'm going to use the slope and be a lot more precise with it. Here to here. to here. To here. You were barking. I heard you. I'm not doing it. Nope. Nope. Then to here. To here. He's still just barking. And then to here. Is that too steep for a vehicle? It's pretty steep. I don't think it's too steep though. Okay. All right. Let's check it with gray. Pretty good. Got an issue here. This has an odd look to it. Yep. And then I should do here to here. All right. Smooth. Can I do that? Okay. I guess in theory, some of this would be cut a bit wider, I think. Um, especially on this side, right next to the hill. I don't know, maybe they can't really do that. I think definitely over here on this road, not going to be able to do that. You're basically going to have as much as the road needs and not any more than that. Okay, so now I want to try putting the box or the actual street on here. So turn this off and I'll go and do, I guess, the first road. So maybe I should save. Yep. And then road. I need CSG curve 3D. I'll just leave that over there. And well, this whole road should be paved about the same. And then wait a second. Looking at this visually, which side? Does this seem like it's going down? Or up? Feels like this is going up. Oh, well, it's definitely all going down. It just looked like it was going up, I guess. Okay. Maybe if I think about this, which side would the road be on? There's a road on here. Where I'm at, the road is on this side. But I guess it kind of cuts back and forth. I guess it cuts back and forth depending on which is easier, right? So if we're coming in here, I think coming in this side is going to be easier for the road. And then about here, you might cut across and go over here for a bit. And then maybe still on this side. Yeah, I think this side's going to be best. Pretty much the whole way. Okay. Got it. Got it. And then this, I think, is it continuous from here? I guess this row is continuous from there. So, stop doing that. That is so dumb. That is so stupid. Reset. This. And do not edit that, please. All right. Now I just need these. Yeah, this is definitely where like continuous road pieces would be great. Oh, so this should be the 16 size actually. Yeah. Cool, okay. And then I mean, I can Definitely, this is where having actual nodes would be really nice. Like a full road node system. But I guess I can just have the points for now. Let's have this at 0. Or actually put this at 0. .2. Okay, and I'm going to go 1 beneath that, so 1. Alright, do that. Okay. First point. 4 meters, of course. And then handle 40 meters. And now I just go. Yeah, technically I should be getting this like right on the terrain height. Let's do this. Okay. Straight length. Go more. And then actually 4 is fine. This 50. 60. 80. Okay, too far. Alright, that's good. This, I'm really happy that I have this. This is really great. This was very worth making. So the handle links, yeah, they don't really work like that, do they? I think if I click off and click back on, it'll... Okay, no it doesn't. Alright, so... I have to bring this down for the other one, otherwise it's just too much, too fast. I mean, I guess what I can do is I can have a handle in and a handle out. That'd probably be best. Alright. Let me edit these so I can have a handle in and a handle out. I'll just call it handle in and handle out. Okay. I think straight length is fine to leave it as it is. And then do check which gizmos to render, set by the parent. And I guess I can say, nah, I can just leave both of those exposed. So then I need curve. Refresh should do update points. Add point. Handle in. Handle in. So I guess I do this. This is a bit strange. I wonder if this is going to work when I do this. This code just kind of looks a little weird. All right. Oh, and then some of these are going to break. Do I have to? I should not have to reload the plugin, I think. Okay, so the gizmo rendering is broken now. Though, to be honest, it's been broken. I think because CSG curve isn't setting the points correctly. Let me see if I'm setting is first. Hey Serpent, with distro, I'm using Arch. And I have Hyperland for the windowing. Or desktop. If last is null, first is true, this one's last. Okay. Is first or is last? Note is first. So it should be the handle out. Whoops. Then handle in, and then if length is greater than 0, is this times length. Otherwise, I'm drawing on both sides. Straight length is positive, I do that. If the handle in is positive, I render the handle in. So transform is nothing. Add mesh. Transform. Translated. Model front. Yeah, it's kind of not doing this correctly. Handle in, model front is positive Z, so it'd be handle out. So I want to do the negative of that. And then this is all going to be very similar. Except, whoops, except for this. Okay. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I got grapes. Okay, is this correct? Probably. Maybe. I'll find out. So I think I probably just click here, or here, here. Okay. They should be updating. They should definitely be updating. Oh, these are zeros. Alright, well I got it right. Though it's just not rendering in the other direction for some reason. Alright, let me make these exported just so I can see them. What it thinks these are. So is last is turned on, which is not correct. When I add a child, when I remove a child, children reordered. I think that always happens. Huh. Let me try clicking this and then clicking refresh. Okay, so is last is just being turned on. Which I'm a bit confused by. How that's being true for all of them. Unless refresh doesn't update that. Underscore refresh. Update children, update points. If last is null, notice first equals true. Last is equal to node. Append node. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Is first and is last is true on everything. How is that possible? Is last is true on everything. I cache the last node that I checked. But it's like it's setting it on all of them. Somehow. This doesn't make sense to me. How this is happening, how everything is being set Oh. That's right. Right. That's what I do. Was missing. And there we go. Okay. Okay, handle in can now be whatever it was, like 60, I think. Handle out can be something. Awesome. I don't remember what I had for these ones. Probably like... I guess this is fine. All right. Okay. So I've got this rotated too much. It seems. Or do I? I don't know. Like... Okay. Can I twist this? I can twist the road. I'll do twisting later. And by later, I mean now, because I have to do it now. Because that road has to be twisted. Um, yeah, this has to go up a little bit there. Um, it just becomes flat. Does it go flat? Here. Well, not really. Down a bit. Okay, that's fine. The straight length just needs to be more. Maybe not that much. And this one's out handle needs to be something. 30. Okay. And then pretty much, I guess I'll do it right here. There. About like that. Yeah, clicking these is a bit weird. I don't really have a good it's not very good. The actual like selection part of this. And now the out needs to be moved. Okay. What? I guess I can probably just adjust the terrain for this. Because I feel like the road should probably be about up there. And then this has got to be tilted. A little bit. Alright, cool. Okay. Is it changing the... I guess not really. Yeah, not really. Hmm. What am I doing here? This should be flat. This is just like, the terrain's just kind of too low there, I guess. And I'm actually going to turn this off. There we go. Yep. And that'll be a terrain fix right there. That's pretty much on the train the whole time there, yeah. Cool. Yeah, the angle here is just wrong. Like that. Hmm. It's fine. Seems like it's being twisted a little hard. Looks okay, I guess. So this section should be flat. Yeah. Those gizmos are so far away from me, covering so much of my screen. I don't know what the curve of roads typically is. I'm just kind of guessing it. I think they can actually get pretty intense. Like, probably like 5 degrees on some turns. That's only really for... So you can have high speeds with really sharp turns, though. I don't know. There's definitely some math function. Like 100% they go out there, they log a very precise GPS coordinates and probably some elevation, and then they just figure it out. They probably actually create a spline on a computer and then just build the road just like it. Oh, is it clicking on the shape? The top corner works, I guess? I don't know. There's definitely a weird mesh thing happening that I have probably messed up. Whoa. Whoops. Okay. Just clicked on the other monitor. This is probably one of those times where it should be a pretty intense curve. So I'll make that like 2. Angle it a little bit better. Do this, okay. And then I think it's pretty much flat here. Pretty much flat. Maybe a little inclined. Yeah, I should really make it so they hide when they're far enough away. Can I do that at all? Is that possible? Whatever. Definitely terrain work here. Was this okay? Hmm. And then what am I gonna do here? I'll just have the road go up to a block here. Is this really not angled? It's not. It should be. All right. So this is my test run. Can I take the truck? Honestly, I don't want to bring the truck with us immediately. I didn't want to, like, fix into the terrain things. I just want to immediately drive over this. Player. Get over here. Truck. I probably need to lower that closer to the ground. It's going to bounce way too hard. Okay. All right. How cool is this? It's a very wide road, for sure. Alright, so I feel like I got suspension problems then. Or the road just sucks and is like not smooth enough. Or too fast. That would explain that. The road's not real. The road's not real. Whoops. So, collision, static. The road is not real. That would be why things were strange. Okay, the road should be real now. Oh, and I was too fast. Classic. I've done that before. pretty nice. Now the other way. I think the suspension should probably be softer. Is that what I'm looking for? Or... Oh. Don't tell me it's like this. I probably should really add just something for dev where I can flip the truck easily, because I have nothing. There's no recovery for me at this point. I can't do anything. I'm moving. Oh, hang on. That was it. I might get there. I was so close. I'm wedging in the ground. Oh, did it. Very cool. Okay. That's awesome. All right. I'm going to send that actually. Before I continue any further. Because I've done quite a lot and I haven't actually committed anything yet. At least I don't think I've committed anything yet today. So... gonna send this. What do those modify? Alright, first I can say I can send that I can send all of the terrain data, so. Everything there. Now, I can do this. So now I have a handle in out. And then not this one. Okay, so everything prior to terrain instance region I can do. Okay. Not doing that, not doing that. Not doing that. I should probably go and send those as well, because it's been sitting there for a while. I needed to change the sky back. I do need to send that, or save that. Change that. Yeah, I understand why those changed. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to send that moon change because I see it is 1 digit here and 1 digit here that have changed. Which is crazy. And then I guess I'll send all the road stuff that I've changed. No to this. That's a no. Yes. Yes. Nope. 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 And then yes should be like yes to everything else. Okay. I need to go fix those. What? This, okay. So I need to find everyone that has a curve and fix their points because these were pretty precisely set. I say precisely. They were set and now they're wrong. Okay. So we got Able Street Curve 1 is a 9 and a 9. Okay. Should be handle out 9. And handle in 9. Okay, good. So Able Street Curve 2 is 13 and 14. So this one's 13. 14. I don't know if those used to be. They're probably just ones, to be honest. These are probably just ones, because this isn't even really set up. Quit here. All right. So now Cherry Street Curve 1 is 30 and 20. Which is I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. I mean, that's correct, yeah. This one, Curve 2, 66.7 on both. Okay. Okay, so those are default to 1. Right. No, apparently not. So what did it used to be? If not that. What? When did that break? I definitely didn't just leave this, like, broken. This had a value. But it says it's apparently been null for a while, so... Alright. So I'm gonna go look at that file. Try to see if we can figure out what it used to be. There's no way this has just been, like, incorrect for 4 months. It was absolutely correct. Okay. What? How does it make any sense? It doesn't. That's how. It straight up doesn't make any sense that this has been broken for that long. That actually just doesn't make sense. Like, it's telling me that this has been the default this whole time. That's what it's telling me. It's telling me this has been the default this whole time. It's just not true. This has definitely not been the default the whole time. That's insane. That's straight up insane. That this is apparently been incorrect since forever. Even though when I put the road down, it definitely was correct when I made it. It was absolutely correct when I made it. No doubt in my mind. I mean, I think this was literally one of the first curves I did too. Like, literally the first one. So I'm really confused. How this has supposedly been sitting on a 1 meter handle default this whole time. Or according to the history. Okay, sure. Elder Drive, what are you talking about, nulls? You mean nulls right now? Oh, I guess you mean nulls, yeah. Oh, now it's telling me it's been 8.667. What? 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 I'm not going crazy, right? I'm looking at it right here, and it's not there. It's not there. It's not there. Sushi Curve Point 3D, Elder Drive, Elder Drive. Oh, wow. Okay. 8.667. What? Okay. I had 2 of them. Glad to see that I decided on the same value, though. But also glad to see that I am not crazy, and it has been set this whole time. Alright, I can send a lot. Okay. This is crazy tedious. So the Iris Road curve is 19 and 20. I mean, I guess I can split this and send what I know I can send. I probably shouldn't be sending these, but for now I will. There's a lot more of these than I thought. That's rough. Why did these not get merged? They're 3 lines apart. These sections are literally 3 lines apart. Why are they not merged? Oh. So there's so many of these because every single individual piece. Yeah, see, this is 6 lines apart, and it's combining them, and those are less than that. Yeah, I was going to say, and soon it's going to be all of this. Yep. Yep. And then, yep. Okay. So now I should just be able to go through everything here in one go. Kepler Street, 2727. Seems good enough to me. And then sidewalks block A, curb 1, and curb 2, curb 3, curb 4 are all default. Did I get both of these? I did not. Thought so. And now is this curb corner? Yeah, curb corner is 1.8, 1.8. And then so is number 2. 1 and 2 are both 1.8. Yep. Okay. Three is 0.83. .64, I guess so. Yeah. Can't tell because this terrain thing. Okay. Curb 1, 2, 3. Yeah, curb 1, 2, 3, 4. In block C are all default. Curb corner 1 is 1.8 on both. Two is 1.8 on both. And 3 is 0.83. I'm glad I didn't make too many of these. What I should do is figure out some way to make it so that if I happen to change this or need to change this again, I can... Yeah, probably what I do is I add the new properties, keeping the old property. The ready function will write that into the new properties. And then I can delete the old property. That'd be smart. That would have been smart to do that. Okay. Yeah, I should have really done that. Block E, concrete curve, 12-12. Wait, some of these are still like actually correct, which is weird. Well, this one's definitely not. Never mind. $61.4 for curve 2. Block F concrete curve is 4.5. Block G curve 1 and curve 2 are 3. Yeah, I'm really glad I didn't have this many of these because I would definitely have to go back and undo what I just did and have it properly update itself. 3. Block G curve 1, then 5, then 2. 1, 5, and 2 are all 0. Okay. Funny. And curve 3 and 4 apparently have something, so curve 3 is default. Oh, no. 1.1. Curve 4 is also 1.1. And gutter 1 is default. Set curb 4. Curb 4 is also 1.1. Okay, concrete curve 7 in block age is 19.25 and 25.25. To 25.25. Yeah. Grass curve 9, 19 and 24. Concrete curve 8, 10 to 5, 10 5. Grass curve 10, 10 5, 11. Block on. I sure hope I don't do too much more of these. Yeah, I don't do too many more of these. Up and 16 for curve 5. Very funny way I've been numbering these apparently. Curve 8 is 13, 2, 2, 7, and 16. Very specific. $60. $11, 7.5 for curve 6. Curve 7, 6.5, 11.5. Curve 9, block P, 14.25, 13.25. $14.25, $13.25. Nope, wrong way around. Curve 11, 14.13. $6.545. 765. Yeah, I gotta be way more worried about changing things like that. This has been a really huge waste of my time. Block Q, 5-5. There's quite a lot more still. Two and 2. 4-2. $27.5, $28. $19 and 22.2. Whoa. Three and 3 for block T. It should be all of them. All right. No, I must be very careful. Very, very careful. Out, in. It should be out, in that order. Numbers should match. Out, in. Out, in. Oh, all right. Okay. Update terrain. Roads. CSG Curve 3 uses split in out handles now. And then added initial road to the valley entrance. 570 files. Oh man. 4 megabytes. Okay. What did I say I was going to do after that? That was kind of a lot. I'm going to go ahead and commit what I've got for some of these tree things so that they're out of here. Not the terrain instancer though. Not the terrain instance stuff. Just the rest of it. Because this isn't done. I'll get to that when I get to the trees. Yeah, none of that. Yes, this was updating the terrain assets thing. That's something, yep, I pretty much want to commit this entire file. Because that's just a lot of like tedious stuff that I had to do. That I would like to be saved. And not possibly lost. I know some of this weird skeleton stuff there. So maybe I won't send that quite yet. Or I will, I'll just fix it. That I can't send. That one I can send. Okay. Okay, let me see what I actually have. So Douglas for A, I need to fix this weird skeleton thing that's happened. That just doesn't make any sense to me why that's happened. Hello D1. Yeah, skeleton, I don't know why it's doing that. That's just strange. Okay. I should be able to add that one. Zero and one. Okay. My voice is doing weird things right now. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Oh, apparently these binary files changed. I guess that's okay to send. Yeah, because I think I did the actual, yeah, because I did the real materials on it. That's what changed there. That is what changed there. And by real, I mean... Oh, wait a second. These should be... Yeah, so those leaves need to be saved outside of it. Leaves gotta be saved outside of it. So I need to do that. Here. It's... I'll just call it Cottonwood placeholder leaves. Nah, I do the full name. Fine, I'll do the full name. T-res. Okay. So now they're external to it. Same thing here. Cool, okay. And the trunk should actually be that too, because it's, yeah. It is a pretty special material. What, why did everything just modify? I don't like that. Why did stuff just modify? What changed? What are you talking about? What changed? What changed? It's just making me freak out for no reason? Okay. What changed? What changed? Nothing changed. I think literally nothing changed, but I'm not going to write restore because I'm too afraid. So... I don't know what to do there. That's scary. -1 and -3. -1 and -3 is like here and up here. Like this one changed. I can hover these. -1, 1, 2, 3. This one changed. Apparently. I do not remember modifying that recently. For some reason this whole segment is like set in. Oh, I hate that. I hate that it just did that. It just decided to change these for some reason. What is this? 1, 2, 3. Whoop, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, and 2, 3. 3, 4, 3, 4, and 2, 3. Did those change? Three, 2. Four, 2, 4, 3 changed, which is these ones. I definitely didn't touch these. Okay. I know for a fact I have not modified those two. So I'm going to say that means I can restore the rest of it. Because as I was building that road, I was going through and I was hitting save like crazy. So I'm super confident I can restore that. I'll be honest. I really am. I genuinely don't understand why those would suddenly would not have been saving before and would have just now saved. That doesn't make sense. They would have been saving the whole time. Because I hit save a couple times while working on it. It would not have decided that these regions that those two that I know for a fact never touched. Okay. So hopefully all the terrain is still here. And hopefully when I hit save, it doesn't try to save them again. Because that's going to be really annoying. Because I know I didn't touch those regions. And this all looks good. Everything seems fine. How is world this large with shapes outside of it? Seems like it's missing some stuff. Okay, so if I hit save right now, it's not going to just decide to save those terrains, right? It's not going to do that. Yeah, this thing is an idiot. So why? Why does it want to modify those? For what reason? Two of these I didn't touch. Is it terrain assets? No. No, this really doesn't make any sense why those changed. I'm really not seeing it. So fine, I guess I have to add them because it's gonna be that way. I'll restore them with it open and maybe that like reloads it. I really don't know what formatting thing it could be trying to fix. I'll just leave it like that for now. That's stupid. I hate when that happens. I really do hate when that happens. And I absolutely blame Terrain 3D devs for that. That's definitely their fault. Somehow, one save to the next just updates the terrain. With absolutely nothing changing. No. Actually. Why are those two being loaded? Oh, because I think it's probably because the Douglas fir scene is in there. And I gave it a color or something. Something has a color right now. And it shouldn't have a color. I mean, I don't have any... Why did this shader just open? Literally, why did this shader... Why did that shader just open? What? Godot? Why? Why did that shader just open? Oh, it's probably because it opened this and then it went back. That's why. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. What? What? Why did that just open? And what object has a... This has an animation on it? This has an animation on it, apparently. Somehow. Okay, there are no meshes here. Does island have a color? No color. East forest. A color. No color. No color. No color. No color. So why are you just inventing a color? It's inventing it. It's inventing a resource that's not being used. Terrain instance color settings. It is a 61 FV0. What? Why is that being used? '61 FV0. Is it because of... Is it just because this has a thing? That's probably it, actually. Probably has to load it. Okay, I understand. No, I don't. That's dumb. But we'll pretend like I understand. No. This is just nothing. Just delete it. Just delete it. There's nothing there. Alright, cool, it's gone now. And apparently I've committed that Douglas fir. My bad. Okay. All right. Should be everything. Set up for the variations. Extract materials. So create terrain mesh assets for tree variations. And then check materials from the resources of trees. Save them as placeholder materials. Okay. All right, this is taking me quite a while, so I think I actually got to call it here. Pretty cleaned up. All this stuff, all of it's been saved. I've got the train in a much better spot, for sure. This side, I mean, this is actually great. It's still incomplete, the road here, not there yet. I need to do terrain stuff for the roads here. But this is great. This side is basically set. This has been a challenge for me. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I always thought I was gonna have like a tunnel or something. And then I kind of remembered that this happens. I've seen this exactly before. There's a river cutting through a very narrow valley, and there's just a road right next to it. And my thought is either have a bridge somewhere around here that's just blown up, or a landslide or something. Maybe just a blown up bridge, to be honest. That's probably makes the most sense. And then, yeah, terrain fixing for that. And then over here, I've pulled it in. I've got the waterfall spot that I wanted. If I can slow down. The waterfall spot that I want to have. It's just ready to be worked on. And then the stream. Or a stream. I'm gonna have more. There definitely needs to be one that comes down from here. And some other places. That would just make sense. There's even a spot, I think. I think about here, it probably makes sense to have a stream that will cut through underneath the road here and then go into here. The terrain just already kind of formed for that. More streams. I don't know about any this way, to be honest. But probably more over here. Well, I guess I'd need one for sure over here. Probably figure out how to get one to go through here. The good thing about the streams is they can, yeah, they'd be good for navigation. Because I'm going to have a cave somewhere over here in this spot. And having the river just run up to it would be ideal. Having a river run up to it so you can find it really easily. The town is still mostly buried, or less buried, but the roads are all buried. Okay. But it's coming together. Alright. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.